Hello everybody and welcome back to more Final Fantasy XIV. As you can probably tell, I have been hella busy doing some stuff. Namely, I've been doing some role quests for Dark Knight now that I've got level 60 unlocked. These are tedious, to put it very lightly, but the end result is you end up getting a really cool sword, which I think, to me at least, is a really good end game situation as far as like pretty much being set, as far as I'm aware, for a decent chunk of the next expansion, at least to my knowledge. But yeah, I've got Dark Knight up to level 60 now. Oh, wait a minute. I can... Oh, actually, that's not that bad. But yeah, I've got Dark Knight up to level 60 now. I've unlocked pretty much everything that I can for Dark Knight for the time being. I've also reorganized my hotbars a little bit, just to be a little bit more intuitive for me personally. I'm still kind of trying to get used to it, but I think more or less I've got like... I've more or less got the way I'd like it to be. Oh, hello, Jackrith. I did have a different hairstyle as well over the week that I was like debating on, because I'm like, oh man, do I want to stick with this hairstyle going forward, or do I want to switch to something that I think fits Colin, my character, a little bit more? But admittedly, I do like the ponytail quite a bit. I'll be sure to show off the hairstyle in particular that I'm talking about later in the stream, or as a poll off stream. But we're done with HEAVENSWARD. At least main scenario. We've still got some post-game stuff to do. Now, I did take a look, and it's not as long as post-game for A Realm Reborn. So at most, I would say in 3-hour streams, I would say maybe 3 streams max? Maybe. It depends on how much I'm able to get done. But we're going to go ahead and get right a move on. Let's go ahead and start. Accidentally hit no. Hello, Alphino. Alphino wishes to share the latest developments in the search for the missing scions. Alright, let's see what's what. Fortuitous timing as always, Vel. Tataru was about to brief me on the search for our missing comrades. If you would be so kind, then. Absolutely. You'll be pleased to hear that Riol and his men have been making excellent progress. You remember how Philamen helped me to escape the Crystal Braves in Limsa Lamensa, only to then disappear? Well, according to Riol, she crept aboard a ship bound for Radzat Han, where she's been hiding ever since. He assures me that it won't be long before we're reunited. Well, that's good. As for Ida and Papalymo, the remains of their link pearls have been found, and in Pearl Lane of all places. Riol thinks they must have disposed of them after escaping the Royal Promenade. Yes, that would make sense. They would not risk being eavesdropped upon by our betrayers. We're all but certain they fled the city shortly after, though we still don't have a clue where they went. I see. And what of Thancred and Minfilia? I'm afraid I have nothing new to share about those two, but it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is we've enlisted the services of a Sharlayan scholar, one of the students of Baldesion, to aid in the search, who should be arriving any day now. One of the students, you say? I should very much like to meet the scholar if time permits. But first we must attend to a more pressing matter. Sir Amaric has summoned the two of us for a private audience. The messenger did not specify what he wished to discuss, only that it was urgent. Assuming you have no objections, Vel, I suggest we proceed to the congregation forthwith. And mayhap we can meet with the scholar afterwards. Agreed? Yeah. In that case, I think I'll return to the Forgotten Knight for now. Things are liable to fall apart if I'm gone too long, you know. Boing, boing, boing. Real quick, let me take a sip of my coffee. 1 second. Push my mic away so you don't hear me slurping. Oh, that was good. Good coffee. All right. So go to the. It's nearby the Forgotten Knight. Plum, plum, plum. 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 Plum, 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 plum.
Thank you for coming. I wish to speak with you both in a place where privacy was assured.
We quite understand. What was it that you wished to discuss?
With my father's passing, the seat of the Archbishop lies vacant. And so, in accordance with canon law, I have assumed his responsibilities. I should stress that this is a temporary measure. It was never intended that the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights serve in this capacity indefinitely. Quite the opposite. The statutes specify that I should surrender my powers as soon as a conclave of the senior clergy and the high houses have named a new archbishop.
Are they corrupted, though? Just as like a general question, if the Archbishop knew of the lies about Dravania and like the Dragonsong War, would it not kind of follow suit that the guys higher up from that position that make the executive decisions would also be like in on it?
But in light of recent events, that would not seem appropriate.
Ah, well, there you go. Literally answered it right as I asked it.
I confess I did not expect you to divulge quite so much quite so soon. The details of the Archbishop's plans, perhaps, but the true origin of the war and all it entails?
I too had concerns. But when the Warrior of Light is witnessed returning to the capital upon the back of a dragon, one's options are rather limited. Mayhap I could have concealed certain details, but for how long? And at what risk? Should the truth have come to light in the meantime, how would the people have viewed my silence?
That is a good point.
After 1,000 years of lies and secrecy, I could not well abuse their trust and hope to be believed. The time for deception has passed. I only wish the people agreed. That some would deny the truth I had anticipated, but not this many. And among the few who acknowledged that my father had to be stopped, no small number question our methods.
Really?
If they suspect a coup, it will not be long before some turn to violence.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good.
It has already begun, and that on both sides. Men and women of the cloth are being harassed in the streets. Some have even been assaulted in the broom.
Oof.
Hilda and her people have formed a watch to help us maintain order. But such measures will not prevent the unrest from spreading.
Yeah, no. You're gonna have to take this on at the root.
For all our talk of peace, the people remain frightened and confused. For their sake, we must bring the Dragonsong War to a definitive end.
And we should be glad to help you, Sir Emmerich. But what precisely would you have us do?
We wish to treat with the dragons of Annex Trine. To that end, I would trouble you for an escort and an introduction.
Annex Trine? You would speak with Vidofnir then?
We must needs open a dialogue between our peoples. Acting as my representative, Lucia will extend an invitation to their leader, that she might visit us here in Ishgard. Were she still with us, I would of course have beseeched Isel's assistance in this matter. But as she is not, I must ask that you aid us in her stead. Will you do us this favor?
All right, then on to Annex Shrine we go.
Lucia, I leave the rest to you.
In the wake of the Archbishop's fall, the nation of Ishgard trembled, the faith of her people shaken to its very core. For 1,000 years had they fought and died, certain of the justice of their cause, only to be told that their holy war was born of the sins of their forefathers. What then for those brave men and women, thus stripped of their righteousness but to despair, to deny the truth and decry its speakers? And what then for those whom they defamed but to hope on, to have faith in a brighter tomorrow? A tomorrow in which man and dragon might live together in harmony, then as distant as the very stars in the heavens. Yet while we dared to hope, deep within his lair the enemy lay, gathering his strength.
Oh.
Nidhogg, now possessed of his 2 eyes and the body of the Azure Dragoon, prizes to which he had laid claim at the very hour of the hero's triumph.
Oh. Yeah, that's right.
As desperately as we sought the solace of peace, the great worm craved the misery of war. Nor was he alone in his misbegotten desire.
Well, quite the post game we're setting up here. I know little of the lands of these dragons call home, this Annex Shrine. Had you not agreed to escort me, the coming journey would seem far more daunting prospect. I confess, I myself once shuddered at the thought of it, yet even the longest journey begins with the first step, does it not? Ah, but ere we set forth, Fel, and I must needs inform our comrade of our plans. Very well, I shall see to my preparations. Then let us go and bid farewell to Tataru, Vel. So, admittedly, I really do like that the way the quest structure in FF14 all seems to be is that of, you deal with the main scenario and that's all the, yeah, we're gonna go save the world, all the like heroic stuff. But then post game is, okay, and now we deal with the consequences of the aftermath of what you just did. Right? And I really do like, all the while setting up for the next expansion. I really do like that. It keeps it nice and concise so you don't overburden your lead story with too much fluff and too much like, what am I thinking of? You don't like overload it with too much like expository dialogue. Like, well, what if this and what if that? You take care of that after everything is said and done, which I admittedly do like. But yeah. Let's go back in here. Ooh, hot chocolate. Ooh. Port to Addistan. And where is Addistan? Rendezvous with Lucia outside of Tailfeather. From what I've been made aware as well, the Heavensward, well, not just Heavensward, but like post-game quests are meant to not give you a whole lot of EXP, so you don't like power level through post-game. And by the time you hit the next expansion, you're like, what, level 73 or some shit like that? I always imagined that the first time I set foot upon Dravanian soil would be at the head of an army, and here I am ready to treat with the brothers and sisters of mine enemies. Full well do I know how difficult it'll be to set aside the past, though it was I who first proposed recruiting Izael to our cause. I questioned the wisdom of my words almost as soon as I had uttered them, and for a long time after that. Here was a woman with the blood of innocence on her hands, men, women, children, all slain in the same name of the implacable Lady Iceheart. Yet she acknowledged her misdeeds and agreed to join us in common cause. At her side, she fought in service to the greater good, even unto her dying breath. And while that does not absolve her of her sins, I hope that one day she will be remembered not merely as a heretic, but as a misguided soul who dreamt of peace. You ask too much, Master Alphino. Yet who can say what might come to pass, should our negotiations bear fruit? Yes, of course. We must press on to Annex Shrine, if you will follow me. Yeah, let's not get too big-headed about hopes for the future. Though, admittedly, you know what's funny? I've noticed that the major... excuse me. I've noticed that the major character trait sort of change that Alphino has had since A Realm Reborn has just been generally being, I guess, less matter-of-fact and more just hopeful for things. Like, he wants things to get better without, like, maybe a little... I'm like blanking on the words for it. It's still pretty early for me. Oh, also, as a fun little side, little side note, I figured out... Oh yeah. I bought this. Because, of course. Anyways, I found out that there was actually a hole in Annex Shrine that you can just go up. And it leads right to the upper floor. You didn't need to climb those long-ass stairs. Thou art ever welcome here, friend of Izael. But this one I do not know. Pray forgive us this unannounced visit, Vidofnir. May I present to you Lucia, first commander of the Temple Knights of Ishgard, and our trusted friend. It is an honor to meet you, Vidofnir. I am come as an envoy of Sir Amaric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights and acting leader of the Holy See. Indeed, you may speak, Knight. For 1,000 years, man and dragon have been locked in an endless cycle of bloodshed and sorrow. To our shame, we long believed your kin to be the architects of this war, but now we know the truth, that King Thordan and his Knights 12 did willfully betray and murder the great worm Ratatoskr, shattering the peace between our peoples. For 1,000 years, our leaders conspired to conceal this truth, a truth which was at last laid bare by the Warrior of Light, the Azure Dragoon, and Izael. Alas, a deception so intricately wrought cannot be undone in a moment, and our people labor to accept the truth. After an eternity of war, who would dare to dream that peace could at last be within our grasp? Yet dream we must, as Izael once said, and we must make that dream a reality as she could not. We humbly beseech you, Vidofnir, join hands with us in friendship once more, before the eyes of my people in Ishgard. A most unexpected invitation. I have heard your request, Knight. However, I cannot yet give you an answer. May I ask why? This matter concerneth my sire. He must needs be consulted. Moreover, the Nath grow bold, even as they did before, and I would not leave my people at the mercy of the swarm. Then we will wait. After 1,000 years at war, we shall not give up on peace for want of patience. Ha! Fear not, knight. Thou shalt have mine answer within thy lifetime. So soon? My humble thanks. I shall bear your words to my lord forthwith, until we meet again. It's like, don't worry, I'll answer you within your lifetime. You'll be fine. Given the circumstances, I would say that went rather well. Rather well. To be frank, I'm surprised the proposal was not rejected outright. Whether aught will come of it remains to be seen, however. I'm like tripping over my words. Mayhap I should take this opportunity to speak with some of the other dragons. But you need not wait for me. The return journey holds no fears for me now. Well, if you have no further need of our services, we shall continue on to Sharlayan. We hope to welcome a scholar who has agreed to aid us in the search for our missing comrades. Then I pray your journey is as swift and uneventful as ours was, and thank you again for sparing me the time to assist us, even with such grave matters remain unresolved. I can think of no graver matter than a 1,000-year war, one which our friends gave their lives to see ended. Suffice it to say, I would willingly make 1,000 such journeys to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. Of that I have no doubt, Master Alphino. I only have hope the fates will not hold you to your word. No, didn't mean to do that. What the? Who's that? So it would seem we have time to greet the scholar. After all, delightful. Blah. So it would seem we have time to greet this scholar. After all, how delightful. Well, she'll be interested to hear how she means to go about finding Minfilia and Thancred. I can only assume she's privy to some new investigative technique. In any event, our first order of business is to rendezvous with Y'shtola in Idyllshire. Onward to Idyllshire! I still gotta do some of the society quests here. Ah, Vel, 'tis good to see you. I confess I had assumed your business in Annex Shrine would detain you longer. Did your meeting with Vidalfnir go well? As well as can be expected. She must discuss Sir Amaric's proposal with Hraesvelgr. Of course, but she seemed amenable to the suggestion. What of our Sharlayan guest? Has she arrived yet? She has, but when I explained that you would be joining us, she asked if she might use the intervening time to explore. I agreed to meet her outside on the front bridge. We should be on our way. Alright, let's go meet this new person. Oh, damn it. I moved. All right.
Terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting.
You need not apologize. We arrived but a moment ago ourselves. Pray, allow me to introduce Kryle, who has recently come from the Sharlayan motherland. She has generously offered to assist us.
Oh, please, think nothing of it. A trip to Eorzea was long overdue. You must be the Warrior of Light. Yes, you certainly do look the part. A pleasure to meet you at last, sir.
I like her voice.
And who is that I spy but young Alpha No Levieux himself? I dare say someone's grown an ilm or two in my absence. Or are those lifts in your boots?
Miss Kryle and I met at the Studium years ago. I shall forever be indebted to her for her sage guidance.
It was no small task keeping him out of trouble, believe you me. The youngest ever to enter the Studium, him and his sister, 11-year-old prodigies. Suffice it to say, social graces were not among his list of talents. Striding up to his seniors on his first day, head held high. What was it he said again?
Thank you, Kryle.
Oh. That's...
For what? I haven't finished yet. Would you care to attempt a more dexterous deflection?
I don't think I've ever seen Alphino have a face like that before. That was funny.
Mayhap we should save this delightful conversation for a more fitting occasion, when pressing matters do not demand our undivided attention.
A bit much, but better. I can tell you have been putting your skills to use here in Eorzea. Henceforth, I trust you will dazzle me with your eloquence at the first time of asking.
I like how much more expressive Alphino is now.
And the other missing scions.
I gather you have new information to share with us.
A new approach, actually. Tataru recounted the tale of your escape, and it gave me an idea. Simply put, assuming Thancred left some manner of trail when you whisked him away, as is almost always the case with teleportation magics, I am confident I can find and follow it.
Then what are you waiting for?
The wherewithal to do it. The fact is, my abilities aren't quite up to the task. Not in themselves, anyway. If I had Master Matoya's crystal eye, on the other hand...
Then let us all call on her forthwith. I think it best that you explain your plan to her in person.
But yeah, unironically, I really do like just how much more expressive the character models are. And, well, not so much the models, but the animations for the cutscenes. They seem to only be getting better as, like, the patches in the game goes on. And obviously, like, I'm judging from, like, I understand that this is a game from, like, 2013 that has been, like, continuously updated, but it's one of those things where it's, like, you just start to notice how the quality of life improvements to, like, the animations and whatnot just starts to improve. Hold on, let me... Bum 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 bum. Oh, hold on, actually, let me go over here. There's a quest here. It was a... Oh wait, I just realized there was a hold on. There was a quest. Yeah, this one. Examine medicinal herbs and examine the bugs that appear. Okay. And that would be... Oh, way down there. Okay. I love that this bike adds the fucking music. FF7 music is fucking timeless, man. Sorry, just wailing on this fucking frog. Sorry, a fly. Right, and there's another okay, it's just right here. Yeah, I've noticed how easy the Aether Crystal the Aether Current quests are. Go. You did say we were headed for a cave, did you not? Because I certainly don't see a cave nearby. Is Master Matoya meeting us on the way or something? I've heard many stories of Master Matoya, some quite flattering, others less so. Rest assured they're all true. This way, and have care where you tread.
Oh, is that trouble I smell? Or did you forget to wipe your boots on the way in?
Forgive us, Master Matoya. We will be sure to wipe them on the way out. And may I say how glad I am that age has not yet deprived you of your senses.
Ever so quick-witted, aren't we? To the detriment of your manners. Well, out with it then. What do you want?
Pray, allow me to introduce myself, Master Matoya. I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. I hope you will excuse our unannounced visit.
Baldessian, you say? Oh, yes. The old coot set up shop on the Isle of Val, didn't he?
Regrettably, our Order's headquarters and the Isle itself were obliterated by a magic of immense power. I have the blessing of light to thank for my own preservation.
Oh, oh, cool.
Croyle, you too possess the echo.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, wait a minute.
Well, yes, of course I do. Our order is devoted to uncovering the mysteries of Hydaelyn and interpreting her will, particularly through the study of her gift to us. It was in the course of these studies that I met and subsequently befriended Minfilia. She and I have rather a lot in common.
I had no idea.
You weren't supposed to. Not that I wanted to deceive you, you understand, but precautions had to be taken.
Yes, yes, that's all well and good, but you still haven't told me why you're here.
The students of Baldessian are gone, and there is naught I can do to change that. But the science of the Seventh Dawn can yet be restored, and my dear friend found. You have in your possession an ancient crystal of light, one you call your crystal eye. I believe I can use it to focus my abilities and locate one of the missing scions.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized who Matoya is supposed to be. In Final Fantasy I, there's a very early quest where you meet this witch and she's like, well, someone stole my eye. Go get my eye. And you spend like a decent chunk of the first half of, not the first half, first quarter of the game going through this dungeon to get her eye back. And then when she does, she gives something to you. Given the music here that's playing is unironically just the Final Fantasy I made that da 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 da. It's just that. I wouldn't be surprised if the reference here is literally just Final Fantasy I, which is cool.
And there I was, thinking you might want to make use of my years of experience. Oh, wait here.
Long did I ponder the nature of this crystal and its familiar radiance, but never did I suspect it was a crystal of light.
On the cusp of an umbral calamity, souls blessed with the power of the Echo invariably appear. To aid these, her chosen warriors, Hydaelyn bequeaths to each a slither of her strength in the form of a crystal of light. But as her strength wanes, so too does the potency of her gifts. This crystal, born of an earlier era, is infused with a power far greater than those of this age.
You could travel the length and breadth of the land and not find a crystal even a fraction as pure. Its value is beyond measure, as are the risks inherent in its use.
No two manifestations of the Echo are alike. I, for example, can converse with beings of every shape and size, excepting beasts, contrary to what others would have you believe. Language has nothing to do with it, of course. Rather, I am sensitive to the whispers of the soul. Their intent, their very essence even, the traces of which serve to guide the elementals to Y'shtola. Far-fetched though it may sound, I believe that with your crystal eye, I may be able to pick up where they left off and follow the remaining trail to Thancred. That is, if I have your permission.
Well, the poor sod's not going to find himself. So, as long as you don't drop it or take it out of my sight, you may do with it what you will.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Then let us begin. From the Black Shroud, the trail continues to the north and west, towards a mountain, the foot of Som Al. It was a near thing, but he was not deposited within the rock. I think.
The hunters of Tailfeather know those lands well. I say we begin our search there.
Oh, so Thancred is nearby then. Well, I say nearby. We're currently in Dravania. Hang on a sec before we exit the cave. Wait, was that it for the... No, I'm still missing 2 from quests, it looks like. Okay, well, I'll be sure to get those later. Oh. Were I to find myself in an unfamiliar wilderness, my first instinct would be to seek out signs of civilization. Ordinarily, perhaps, but in his wounded state, he may not have wished to risk contact with strangers of unknown allegiance. Yet even had Thancred chosen to remain in the forest, the hunters would surely have stumbled across his trail. Tailfeather doesn't strike me as an isolated outpost, though. Merchants and traders pass through reasonably regularly, do they not? In which case, we'll need to provide a more detailed description when we question the locals. Fear not, Kryl. I have already prepared several sketches of Thancred for that very purpose. This is impressive. You drew him from memory. A skill I acquired some years ago for reasons I no longer remember. Hey, hold on. Alpha Nose an artist, bro? Oh yeah. I propose we split into 2 pairs. Y'shtola and I will inquire in the outlying encampments while Vel and Kryl question the residents of Tailfeather afterwards. Question the residents of Tailfeather. Afterwards, we shall regroup near Lothasvath and share our findings. Assuming there are no objections, let us be about it. My, he certainly has matured, hasn't he? Hard to imagine he was once a boy who practiced drawing for hours to impress the young lady. I like that Alpha Nose, like, I learned how to draw for reasons that I can't remember, and then Kryl's like, he did it to impress the ladies. Anyway, we would best get started. Find me when you finish making your rounds. That's funny. Searching for a friend of yours. Let's have a look then. No, I ain't seen him around, sorry. I'm sure Thancred is fine, although I admit, it is a bit concerning that he seemed to... God... He was dropped all the way here from Old Da. That's crazy. What's that you've got there? A sketch? Can't say I know the face. You say he's something of a warrior? I heard a tale the other day about a Hurrian vagabond who brought down a Bandersnatch by himself, and with style. Way they tell it, he was dancing with the beast like it was the belle of the bleeding ball. Sound like your man? Yeah, that sounds about right. A Hurrian man? We're not exactly rare, you know. Could you be more specific? Yes. I did spy this one bloke a while back. Didn't get a good look at his face, but it could have been him. This was beyond the forest, as I recall, along the river to the west of Tailfeather. I remember thinking he wasn't much of a hunter. The lad was making no effort to cover his tracks, see. That and he was carrying an axe instead of a bow. Okay, so we've got some people that have potentially seen him. And though an axe instead of a bow, that doesn't sound like Thancred. Finished? In that case, I think we've learned everything we can here. Let's see what the others have found out. Yeah, I recall Thancred used, like, twin daggers. So the axe sounds a bit, the axe sounds a bit out of place for if it was Thancred. But I mean, hey, he could be like me and multi-class. You never know. My apologies for our late arrival. We thought it wise to question as many hunters as we could. Many have made camp in inaccessible locations, ideal for hunting game, not so receiving visitors. Nevertheless, our time proved well spent. There have been countless sightings of an exceptionally capable Hurrian hunter with whom no one is familiar. Though none chance to see the man's face, his height and build match Thancred's description, as does his fighting prowess. So you have heard the same tales, but that as it may, we yet want for conclusive proof. Mayhap this is unrelated, but I heard a curious tale regarding a Vath trader. He came to Tailfeather in search of garments fit for a man of refinement, which seemed rather curious description for one of his kind. You're implying that Thancred sent a Vath to the market in his stead? Why would he not go himself? Well, if you recall, you yourself emerged from the livestream as naked as your name's day. It is a scene I shall never forget. Is it now? No, wait a minute. Well, I was pleased to see you. I mean, it was a simple statement of fact. It stands to reason that Thancred found himself in the same predicament. In any case, if he had dealings with the Vath, they should be able to tell us, no? Quite right, Kryl. Quite right. Alright, so we gotta go talk to the Vath, because it looks like Thancred may have unironically spawned in Vath territory and said, could you maybe, I don't know, get me some clothes? Though, it's funny, because that would have been after we made relations with the Vath. Yeah, because I'm thinking about it now, and it's like the whole deal with the Vath wasn't until after we got to Dravania. We got the Vath to be like hunter. We will be hunters, yes. You know, like the whole thing with the Vath was we got them basically to make their own their own guild essentially. So Thancred would have come here not too long ago. So then again, I mean, I suppose the time scale of like how fast events are happening in this game are a little bit lost to me. I don't know how many days it's been since like certain events. Also, is it time to give them the funny voice again? Great hunters, we welcome you once more to Lothas Vath. What do you seek this day? We seek a man with whom we are told you may have had certain dealings. How curious! The hunters tire of godly sport and pursue mortal prey. No, he is not prey, but a friend long missing. Good. He is friend to the Vath as well, one with whom we have traded many times. Truly, and you are quite certain it was this man? There is no doubt. The fleshling colored... I'm already losing my shit with this voice. The fleshling clothed in skins came to us from Somal. Lost and weak, we offered meat and hides in trade, and in exchange we tended his wounds. He brought us much flesh, so skilled as hunter he was, much flesh. When he asked for garments, we were glad to provide them. And where is he now? Gone to Lothas Nath, not long ago, when he heard the One Mind had summoned our god once. Oh shit. Ravana is returned. Vidofnir did say that the Nath had grown as before, but what could Thancred hope to accomplish by himself? Honored Elder, we thank you for your help. Would that we could repay this kindness ere we depart, but we must hasten to our comrade's side. Go, great hunters, lest the Nath claim him as a sacrifice. Well then. But a serious question, like, generally speaking, I'm wondering what exactly Thancred hopes to accomplish by himself, though. Because realistically speaking, he doesn't have the Echo. I don't think he's already been corrupted once by the Ascians. I don't think he's good to be corrupted again, but this time by a beast tribe. Okay.
Who else could be? Thancred. It could be Thancred. We must hurry.
No fucking way. No, that's... Wait a minute. Another group of... Wait a fucking second. wait a second, aren't these the guys from... They all look super familiar.
This day, we reclaim the reins of history. This day, we rid ourselves of the Ascians forever.
Fools playing at heroes, all of you. Is this how you believe you can save your world?
We can and we will, Ascian. You shall see. Or perhaps you will not.
This looks like main character. Like, this looks like the guy on the cover for, like, the expansion so far.
So you are the warrior of light. The savior of Eorzea.
Yeah? Who are you?
It's a wonder you didn't come sooner. What with the primal and all. Lost a step, have we?
Excuse me?
Have care. The ether moves strangely around him.
It would seem we share a common enemy. Mayhap you would tell us who you are.
Shall we show them?
Hey, yo! Oh my god! The hell? Oh, there's Thancred.
Not very sporting of you to interrupt. But so be it. Mark well our faces, warrior of light. For we are the warriors of darkness. Walkers of a different path. And we shall meet again.
Warriors of Darkness? Really?
I mean... Nice to see you again, Thancred.
Thancred, are you all right?
Pleasantries can wait. I'd rather not be here when the Nath arrive. Agreed?
Suffice it to say, our reunion was not at all as I pictured it. Waiting until the last instant to join the fray. 'Tis plain you have not lost your appetite for the dramatic.
My appetite for the dramatic? Have you forgotten the circumstances of our parting? The heroic last stand, the tunnel filling with light, and then... Had I known you intended to use forbidden magics to deliver me to some god's forsaken wilderness...
Oh my fucking god, wait a minute. Hold on. I need to let him talk a little bit more. His voice sounds very familiar.
I would have thanked you in advance.
Thancred.
If nothing else, you might have warned me that I would emerge from the live stream in the altogether. Eventually, I managed to fashion knives from some obsidian I found, and set about hunting for meat and hides. Given that I'm not all that skilled in leatherworking, it's probably for the best that I met the Vath before I was reunited with you.
So you were the fleshling clothed in skins of whom the storyteller spoke?
A description which fit me as ill as the skins themselves. Happily, I was able to trade with the Vath for garments better becoming a man of refinement. From them, I learned of Ravana, and of the great warrior who had once laid him low.
And thence did you conclude that were you to track the Primal's movements, it would surely bring you into contact with the Scions once more?
It seemed a reasonable assumption. I could think of no one else with your enthusiasm for slaying beastmen gods. Until now, that is.
Ah, yes. The self-proclaimed Warriors of Darkness. 'Tis only fitting that they stand in opposition to the Warrior of Light, I suppose.
I find it... obviously, this will likely be revealed to me later, but I do find it very interesting that they look like the guys off of the, like, the CGI trailers for, like, the generic stand-ins, I should say, I guess?
I glimpsed the leaders past, if only for a moment. They were confronting a man in black. An Ascian, I think.
If these warriors are capable of doing battle with Ascians and Primals both, they must be possessed of powerful protection. Protection not unlike the Echo.
Ooh, things get very interesting now. Blessed with the power of the Echo and driven to put down primals. Despite his declaration that they walk a different path, I struggle to see how their goals conflict with ours. Nor is that the only oddity. I find it passing strange that such exceptional individuals should have wholly escaped our notice until now. Surely we would have heard rumors and attempted to recruit them to our cause? I recalled no such adventurers, and I would not soon forget their like, nor would any of us, I think. One of our primary duties was to scour the city-states for promising candidates, which is how I found Vel. Ah, the memories. It seems like only yesterday you slew your first primal. Speaking of which, I had the distinct impression that it was not the first time that band of merry men and women had killed a god. I labor to believe that a band of preternaturally gifted adventurers has been traveling the land, slaying primals without our knowledge. 'Twould imply gross negligence on our part. Speculation will avail us not. There is far too much we do not know. For the present, we must needs concentrate on what we do know, namely that Lord Ravana is no more. Vidofnir must be informed. The news may render her more receptive to Sir Amaric's invitation. Since you seem to have affairs here well in hand, I shall take my leave. Simply being in the vicinity of this colony is giving me a stinking headache. If you have needed me, I shall be with Master Matoya. I would beg her assistance with the search for Minfelia. Wait, Minfilia is missing. I thought she escaped with Vel. I shall explain on the road. Much has happened in your absence. Oh boy. Yeah, we got a lot going on now. I was under the impression that the Warriors of Darkness was going to be set up for next expansion for Stormblood, but I guess not. I had not thought to see thee again so soon, mortal. If thou seekest the night, know that she hath long since departed for Ishgard. My thanks, Vidofnir, but it was not for her that we came. We bring good tidings for you and yours. Lord Ravana, who had been summoned by the Nath, has again been laid low. Truly, once more you mortals have succeeded where mine own kind did fail. You have our deepest thanks. Would that we could take the credit. The god fell by another's hand. Another? Revelation upon revelation. Regardless, it is cause for celebration. The Nath will have no choice but to withdraw. But to another matter, I have tidings for thee as well. Regarding the Ishgardian's invitation. As promised, I brought the matter to my sire. Hearken to this answer now. For 1,000 years have I mourned my beloved, who gave her life to forge a peace thy king betrayed. Such was my lot, until a child of Ishgard came unto me. For wanton warmth she wrapped herself in a dream, yet the world will remember her deeds. For truth she fought, for justice she sinned, for redemption she sacrificed, and became as light. To follow one's heart, to have faith in one's convictions, be it for weal or be it for woe. Such is the folly and the glory of man and of dragon. He hath entrusted the choice to us, and we have made it. We will keep faith with you who walk in the light. Then you accept Sir Amaric's invitation. Let it be known that I, Vidofnir, shall journey unto Ishgard on behalf of my people. We are honored to receive your answer, and will convey your words to our allies without delay. It's happening, Azel. Would that you were here to see it.
Even as the Scions celebrated the return of a long-lost friend, honorable men plotted to deprive them of another. Honorable men, to whom Sir Emeric was no hero, but a scheming patricide.
What? No. No. No.
Honorable men who would fain wash the paving stones of foundation with the tyrant's blood. Honorable men whose knife in the dark was the spark which set the city aflame, and who sang as it burned.
Please tell me Amaric's not gonna die. Oh my fucking god. You can't do that to me. I can't take that again. Hang on. I gotta do a quick thing. Okay, well. I'm worried, man. I'm worried. We found you as they found me. In time, we will find Ida and Papalymoon as well. These troubles will soon be but a memory once we look back on together. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm like wrought with worry now. God, I really hope that Aymeric is okay. You have returned. In this, at least, the fates are kind. Greetings, First Commander. It pleases me to... Hold on a second, guys. It pleases me to inform you that Vidofnir has accepted Sir Aymeric's invitation. She has! These are glad tidings indeed. Would that the Lord Commander were here to hear them. Is he otherwise engaged? Aye, sleeping off a knife to the gut. What? What happened? Will he live? The Chirurgeons tell me that he will make a full break. Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. But had Lord Edmont and Lord Artorial not been on hand when the assassin struck, he would not have been so fortunate. For a mercy, they subdued the fiend before he could land the telling blow. The attack was just the beginning, though. Not long after, buildings all around the city, including several of ours, burst into flame. Bastards caught us completely by surprise. We've been dousing the fires, but for everyone we put out, it seems like 2 more start up. Casualties are mounting, especially in the Broom. It's plain these fires were started by the Assassin's co-conspirators. Until they have been rounded up, there will be no end to this. Will you help us find them? And let us be about it. Jesus Christ! It's so much bad happening all at once. Hang on a second. Sorry, I was checking something. Alright. The flames are spreading. We must needs begin our investigation immediately. Witnesses must be found. Suspects must be identified. Have you been able to determine the precise locations where the fires were set? Mayhap there is a pattern. If there is, we have yet to discern it. Fires have been reported throughout the city, in both the pillars and the foundation. Indeed, given the size of the area affected, I think it best to divide our forces. Master Alphino and Mistress Sistola, I would have you take charge of the investigation in foundation. As you wish. Mayhap the Taru can be of assistance as well. Mean and Vel and me get to the pillars. Oh, they'll like me up there. Only question is, will the grizzled old rogue strike in a pose over there be joining us? Thancred of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and may I say what a pleasure it is to meet you too, my lady. I'll bet. The name's Hilda. Scion, eh? And here I was thinking I found a fellow ruffian amongst all these illustrious personages. I will remain here to coordinate the fire-quenching effort. If you learn aught of value, pray inform me immediately. That is all. While we could begin by sifting through the charred rubble and questioning random passers-by, in my experience, every town has at least one individual who can be counted on to know things he or she should not. Oh, aye, the infamous Lord Manolin de Fortom, lover of woman and wine, though neither care for him that much. They say he could gossip. He could gossip for Ishgard. Just the sort of fellow I had in mind. Capital suggestion, Vel. He'll be at the Crozier most like, making an effort to be seen. So let's go and see him. Grizzled I will accept, but old? Or Thancred. Alright, to the Crozier! Well, well, if it isn't Vel, dearest of all my friends. You're looking rather glum. Something the matter, old boy? Ah, yes, the Ascians. Dreadful business, that, and awfully curious, wouldn't you say? There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it at all. Naturally, we've doubled the guard outside the manor, along with most of the other houses. Can't have the old pile going up in flames after all. Oh, in case you were wondering why the Hoplon is awash with refugees, the lower levels of the vault have been opened for those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes. Sir Amaric's orders. From what I hear, remarkable man, not even a knife in the ribs can keep him from his duties. Actually, old boy, if you were thinking of questioning the refugees, I should be more than happy to accompany you to the Hoplon. While you conduct your inquiries, I could offer words of comfort to the distressed and... Of course, Emmanuel. Wait a moment, I know what that is. You're giving me one of your looks, aren't you? You do me an injustice, old boy. I'll have you know my heart yearns for but one rose, prickly though she may be. I sense you remain unconvinced. Very well, if it will help prove the purity of my intentions, I shall gracefully rescind my offer. Now, Ronald... Ah, Madeline, that was not entirely what I had hoped for. Whose idea was to come here again? Never mind, for our next step, I suggest we divide our efforts. While you question the refugees in the Hoplon Vel, I shall investigate the locations where the fires were set. Would you be so good as to join me, Hilda? You know what? I reckon I would. I can't have you roaming about in an unfamiliar city by your lonesome, can we? You'd only get robbed blind and left shivering in your small clothes. Emmanuel, fucking useful as ever. Alright, so turn around. Sorry, I'm just like reading in silence, my bad. So the Temple Knights have begun their investigation at last. Good, this madness has gone on far too long. Would that I could do something to aid you in your search, but I have a duty to these poor souls. Farewell, and may the Fury guide your steps. Also, wait a minute. Something about that didn't seem quite right. Something about that didn't seem quite right. There was a man with a satchel. I saw him kneeling outside the window, and there was smoke everywhere, and it was so hot and I couldn't breathe. I don't remember how I made it out. I suppose I must have climbed. Maybe my arm is getting better after all. Ah, there you are. Anything to share? We will require more than muddled testimony of a traumatized girl if we are to identify the culprits. While you were questioning the refugees, we inspected the scenes of several of the fires, including one near St. Raymond's Cathedral, and another near the Tribunal. For a mercy, neither structure suffered significant damage. Some might say they were spared the grace of the Fury. Others might question how such ruthlessly effective arsonists contrived to fail so miserably on the two occasions when their target was a bastion of Ishgardian orthodoxy. Nothing conclusive, of course, but it does give one cause to wonder. Alphina will doubtless have an opinion. I have a feeling that we're getting a similar case with what happened in Ul'dah, where things are being set up and people are taking advantage of other people's anger to incite, basically, to commit crimes against quote-unquote heretics in the name of the church. It's like, yeah, we're gonna mercilessly burn down the like every other area in Ishgard, except for the holy, except for the holy places. That's what it seems like to me. Silence will avail you not, sir. Ah, Vel, I was just about to summon you. As you can see, we have detained a suspect. We found this man loitering near the remains of one of the stricken buildings. According to eyewitnesses, he also was present before the fires broke out. We wished to have words. He did not, so we insisted. Let me go, damn it! You've got the wrong man! My, but you reek of oil. And are those burns on your hands? An occupational hazard, I suppose, but tell me, does arson pay well? I'm a victim, you imbecile! Look at me! Aye, that you are, after a fashion. You should know that your pious patron has already spun us a delightful yarn about how his pet mongrel slipped the leash and set about burning half the city to the ground. Not very noble of him, I grant you, but then these highborn types really do show loyalty to their pets. In fact, he called you a rabbit and begged us to put you down. That's bollocks, he's the one that told me to keep going! Even a sinner such as me could find salvation in the Fury's work, he said. I'd left it behind, tried to, with all my heart. Said my prayers every day like a good man, but he came to me. He came to me. And there you have it, Hilda. Would you be so kind as to escort our friend here to the congregation? Aye, so long as you don't mind if he's limping when he gets there. So what I was actually going to say earlier is Thancred's voice sounds a lot like Egil from Xenoblade Chronicles. In fact, here, I can play this for an example. 1 second, just so you guys can hear it. Just like a quick example. Unmute that. Let me do... here, this. Hang on. I believe...
Why didn't you do it?
that voice, and then
We were born.
Ah, philosophy. Alas, I'm not very good at answering such questions.
Have you?
that voice. Sounds a lot like, Thancred. Well, I have seen his like before, a troubled soul manipulated by men of power and wielded as a weapon. I could not be certain, of course, but given the stakes, I thought it worth the risk. And if our captain had called your bluff, must we entertain hypotheticals? The world as it is vexing enough. Thank you, Thancred. Whether by luck or judgment, we have at last confirmed that these arsons were orchestrated by a person of persons of influence. I think it best that we now return to the congregation and discuss how to best to proceed. Yeah, so I was right in thinking what I was thinking. This is being caused by likely people in the Holy Church, in the Holy See, that do not want to lose their jobs. They very likely instigated this whole thing. Oh, fuck. They very likely instigated this whole mess. Maybe Thordan had a point. I mean, he did say, if you just tell the people, hey, this is going to be the way things go, they're going to have a hard time accepting it. Also, hey, Stunt. Like, I never doubted that Thordan had a point, just that at the end of the day, his resolve basically amounted to, ah, yes, I want the ultimate evil. The man you apprehended is being interrogated as we speak, though he fell silent upon realizing that we had not turned his master. He will soon tell us what he knows, one way or another. Oh, hey, Artorial. Pardon the intrusion. Pardon the intrusion, First Commander. Ah, Lord Artorial. As you come here, are you come here to see your father? He is attending Sir Aymeric in his chambers at present. I am. He bid me bring a salve. Then do not let me detain you, and thank you for your... Oh boy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Odd thought. I really hope Artorial isn't trying to poison Aymeric. Just putting that out there. I'm just putting that out there. My Lord Artorial does not seem to best of spirits. Oh boy, that's what we're setting up, isn't it? That's what we're setting up for. Oh no. Would you really say he was super evil after his sword ate an Ascian? You know what? Probably not. But he wanted to be God Emperor, and that's not good. It just sounds like post-ARR again. Tis little wonder, Master Alphino, his father is widely slandered, and his half-brother not yet cold in the grave. Yeah, that is a good point. Oh my god, yes, I love this. Wind up Hershufant. Why is Nanamo suddenly an Ishgard?
I do not mean to diminish our accomplishments, but until we identify the ones who ordered the fires set, our work is far from finished.
Agreed.
Between the various conservative and religious factions in Ishgard, I dare say there's no shortage of parties who would like to see the status quo preserved. Do any likely suspects spring to mind?
Oh, that's absolutely Egil. That's absolutely Egil's voice actor. I can tell.
Far too many to count.
Lord Commander, your wounds.
Are healing well. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Lest we forget, these men would sooner put their own city to the torch than see it change. When our enemies learn that we have apprehended their arsonist, there is no telling how they will react.
Lord Commander, an armed mob has seized control of the vault.
Why did I not see that coming?
And now we know. Tell us what happened, sir. Spare no detail.
We were directing refugees into the Basilica, as you ordered, when all of a sudden, men brandishing weapons were all around us. It happened so fast, my lord. We had no time to respond. They've taken the refugees hostage and barricaded themselves inside the vault.
And they sent you to deliver their demands.
They, the true brothers of the faith, demand that a conclave to select the next archbishop be held forthwith. Furthermore, they declare that you, Lord Commander, are guilty of patricide and high treason, and that you must surrender yourself at once to receive of the Fury's judgment.
Of course. Of fucking course. Can't have fucking shit in Ishgard.
Ridiculous. I mean, do they honestly think that executing Sir Emmerich would change anything? That the truth will somehow die with him?
These fundamentalists rage against the passing of the old ways, unable to accept there can be no going back.
Given the fanciful nature of their demands, a peaceful resolution does not seem likely. If the hostages are to be rescued, it will be by force, I fear.
Hold on. I might be right in thinking what I think about Artorial. He has a suspiciously evil voice. That's the first time we've heard Artorial, and he has a suspiciously evil voice.
Agreed. Lucia, take a contingent of knights and establish a perimeter outside the entrance.
At once, Lord Commander.
Hilda, I need your people out in force throughout the Broom. When word spreads of the situation, the friends and family of the hostages may try to take matters into their own hands. I will not give these militants more targets. I shall lead the assault on the vault. Master Alphino, can I count on the support of the Scions?
Of course.
We are in your debt.
Should they really be making demands of a government with the WNDMC? Yeah, that's a good point.
Your assistance is most welcome, Lord Atwarel. To arms then, friends. Time is against us.
All right, time to raid the vault again, I guess. Though hopefully this time we don't experience any tragic fates. Oh wait, rendezvous Sir Emmerich in the Pillars. Listen well, we will enter the Basilica silently via this gate. According to our latest reports, there are at least 6 hostages being held within. The numbers and readiness of the true Brothers of Faith are unknown. I am told one claimed to have served under Thordan VII. Might the same be true of the rest? Given the swiftness with which they seize control of the vault, I think it highly likely, yes, which means that they may well possess the knowledge required to turn the building's defenses against us. Be that as it may, we have no choice but to press on. Lord Autoriel, you are a brave man and true, and none would dare to question your honor if you chose not to risk your life in this endeavor. Are you certain you wish to join us? I am no stranger to the battlefield, Sir Emmerich. My arm will not falter. My shield will not break. Halone is my witness. We will bring these fanatics to justice. Well said, my lord. Friends, follow me. Oh no, yeah, this is just the vault again. Oh, I missed the door. Oops. Let's go. Wait a minute. Where do we go? Oh, over here. Not hurting Emmerich on my watch, buddy. Oh, fuck, right, the hostages. Ah! I completely blanked about that. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Oops. Alright, now we're waiting for this one, for this door to open. There we go. Go. Doors open. They took the other somewhere. It all happened so quickly. There they are, let none escape. Where they come? Yep, right over there. Over here, fuck nuggets. Come here. Go. And just keep it moving. Sir Simeonard, lay down your arms and release the hostages, and you will be shown mercy. I give you my word. Ha! The word of a heretic and kinslayer. I would sooner trust the dragon than trust the dragon. Activate the knights. We shall show the hostages the same mercy he showed the archbishop. Buddy, how many times do you think I've replayed the vault? Unlike you, Sir Aymeric, I'm a man of honor. By my hand you shall receive of the Fury's judgment. So it is to be a trial then. Lord Artorial, Vel, leave us and save the hostages. I will deal with Sir Simeonard. Wait. Oh, this way. Wait, is this the way we're supposed to... Hold on. Oh! Wait a minute. What are we supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Hold on, hold on. Wait a minute. I'm lost. Ah, this way. This fucker. Yeah, where is the good question? over here. So that way is gone. You're going down, buddy. There we go. And there's the last refugee. This is when he saw you kill his men. Have no fear, child. We will save your friend.
Where is he? Where is he?
The hell?
Come no closer!
You have nowhere to run. Release the girl and surrender.
Surrender to whom? The blasphemer who throws wide the gates to our enemy? Who breaks bread with him and calls him brother? Ungodly swine! I would sooner die than surrender to you.
Is it godly to spill the blood of an innocent child? To burn the homes of your brothers? Tell me, priest, is that godly?
Do not speak to me of godliness, heathen! Your father's blood is on your hands, as is hers!
Don't, buddy. Oh my fucking god, please don't tell me.
What? But I...
Oh!
Daphne!
Well met, knight. Mayhap I chose an inopportune moment.
Yeah, we're kind of dealing with some shit right now.
Not at all. Pray forgive us this most unworthy reception. We are honored to have you with us, and right glad of your aid.
Fortune delivered the child unto me. I had but to receive her.
Thank you for saving me.
Thou art welcome, child.
The guy in the back with his hand covered his mouth like, well, how about that? Now, wait, can we switch back to the priest? Wait, are we gonna...
Never did I think to be indebted to so unexpected a savior. But full glad am I to be so.
Friend of Izel, warrior of warriors, I had hoped to meet with thee. I bear a message from my sire.
From Bracefelder?
Upon returning to our lands, Nidhogg's shade did sing unto his brood, and they for skies unknown did then take wing. This thou must know, for your fates are inextricably bound.
What of Estinian? Is he truly lost to us?
Such matters are beyond my ken. I but bear my father's words. Take from them what thou wilt.
I mean, fair enough.
Mortals.
So it is as they say then. A great white dragon swooped down from the heavens to rescue an innocent child.
A most unexpected turn of events, but not an unwelcome one. The people will not soon forget this day.
Hard to kind of sing the tune of, no, them dragon sympathizers are heretics when, you know...
Yet how will they choose to remember it, Sir Emmerich? And will these events serve to bring man and dragon closer together, or drive a deeper wedge between brothers?
Yeah, fair point.
After 1,000 years, the world these men once knew is changing, and with ungentle swiftness to boot. Though their actions are misguided, their sentiments are only to be expected. You may be sure that others will rally to their cause. I share your desire for a lasting peace with the Dravanians, I do. But I would not see it built on the bones of our countrymen, nor on our own. I see much of horsifying you, and I could not bear to mourn the passing of another son.
Lord Edmund.
Why does it feel like I almost get the vibe that Sir Edmont maybe cared about Haurchefant a little bit more than his actual sons? I almost get that vibe. Like, yeah, I don't see him talk about Artorial or Emmanuel a whole lot. In the moments before Vidofnir appeared, I contemplated teleporting the girl. Thank the 12... Yeah, Ishtola, let's not do that. This has been a day of surprises, has it not? It's but a pity that Vidofnir could not stay longer. Yes, I think it's fair to say that she timed her departure rather less well than in her arrival. Well, time scarcely does it justice, but one moment later would have been a moment too late. Let us pray that the Ishgardians who yet harbor doubts will take these events to heart and accept the truth of Sir Amaric's words. Well, 'tis only meet that I inform Tataru of what has occurred here. If you have need of me, I shall be in Fort Tom Manor. Allow me to accompany you. Tataru would never forgive me if I left for the Rising Stones without saying goodbye. A moment, Vel. I wish a word. Tell me, does Thancred seem quite well to you? He held his own in the vault. He got well along enough with Hilda. I'm not sure how to put it into words, but yeah, he seems a lot more... What's the word? A little bit more like mellowed out, if that makes any sense. So you sense it too. A subtle change, and imperceptible to most. I myself did not notice it at first, but upon closer examination, I saw that his etheric flow had been irreparably disrupted. As a result, I strongly suspect that his ability to manipulate aether has been compromised. Simply put, Thancred may no longer be able to wield magics. It would do much to explain why he chose to remain with the wilderness instead of seeking us out. He would have been compelled to rely solely on traditional methods of travel, significantly prolonging his journey. And when he learned that a nearby beast tribe was making preparations to summon a primal, it may well have seemed more sensible to wait. He's no longer doing a Jack Sparrow impression. I mean, yeah, for starters, the voice is different. Like, for starters, right? I do say, but this is still little more than speculation. Until I have proof, I pray speak no word of it. Sounds good? Right then, I should be on my way. Kryl may have charmed Master Matoya for now, but who can say how long that will last? Alright, let's go to Fort Tom Manor. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Again, much like with post-game A Realm Reborn, I'm finding the aftermath of all of this hella interesting, because in just 2 hours that I've been streaming, we have set up for so much already. The fucking Warriors of Darkness, like the aftermath of like the Dravanian, the aftermath of like Nithog and stuff like that, the aftermath of like all the stuff to do with Ishgard, meeting new people. Like, so far everything has been just so good story-wise. Also, how was my first meeting with Kryl? I fucking love Kryl. I love her interaction with Alphino. Welcome, Master Fox. I'll show you inside the manor. Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying the story so far for only being a couple quests in.
That Vidofnir should chance to arrive even as the girl fell. Truly, I could not have planned it better myself.
Ah, good. We were afraid you might have left.
shield, my lord?
Hold on a second.
Fit for a true knight. An expression of our gratitude to you and yours, long overdue. But there is something else I would discuss ere you part. Something which cannot leave this room. My father will soon step down as head of our house.
Okay.
Sir Emeric was not the only one to fall under suspicion following the death of the Archbishop. There are some who believe my father complicit in a coup d'etat. Thus he intends to renounce his title to absolve our house of suspicion and secure the support of our peers.
Surely there must be another way to convince Houses Durandare and Zemail.
So I said to him. Alas, he will not budge. Ever since I was a child, I knew that I would one day succeed my father. The thought of it filled me with pride. Yet once I learned the day was at hand, my heart was filled with naught but dread. Our legacy is built upon the lies of our forefathers. In accepting this title, am I not perpetuating this injustice? Why should I become the next count?
That's a good point. A knight lives to... What did Harushafont die for? Right? I almost like want to say ellipses just because like obviously it's like yeah, I agree with you, man, but
You sound just like him. Aye, I suspect that is what Harushafont would have said. To aid those in need. When you look on that shield, I trust you will remember his words. And should I once more find my resolve wavering, I ask that you show me the way.
Hell yeah, man.
You were a brother to Harushafont. Will you be a brother to me as well? Come, Manalaine. There's much to be done. For father, and for Sir Emeric, and for Ishgard.
Uh-oh.
To think we share the same blood. Pray excuse us.
That's a really mean thing to say about your brother, though.
Those were the days of promises and vows, of tentative first steps into an uncertain future. A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen. Born of good and evil, of light and darkness, and shepherded by our hand. Be it for weal, or be it for woe.
As goes light, so goes darkness. This is thy proof, the Garen oracles, Apocrypha. It is a truth long forgotten, a tale of beginning, and of the path we have been set upon. Our fates were ordained long ago, Archon. The Garleans are no exception, nor the Triad. You know what must be done. What is the deal with these guys? Uh-oh. What's going on, man? Well, everyone has their orders. The masks will attack as soon as all units are in position. The Imperials won't know what hit them. Fear it will be bloody. If Rogger had better be. We cannot stay here forever, Ida. We have other responsibilities. I know full well what my responsibilities are, and I mean to fulfill them. Everyone. Ah, man, like, what is going on? Like, that stuff with that stuff with the Ascians is hella interesting. Let's just keep it going. At this point, we're done with with the following patch. After this, I believe we have 11 quests after this. Oh, geez, excuse me. Yeah, we have 11 quests after this. Then a couple more patches left that are fairly short. But yeah, let's just keep it going. Hang on a second. Orianjar really beating us to the side with those Warriors of Darkness. Trying to say those Warriors of Darkness moves. I like that. That was unironically Kryle's comment when she heard Warriors of Darkness. She's like, "Bro, really? That's cringe." Elfino, Vel, I've been looking all over for you. We've received news regarding Flemmen and Hoary Boulder and Coltonet. Really, has something happened? No, it's nothing bad. Quite the opposite, in fact. It seems that once they learned the Scion's good name had been restored, they boarded the next ship bound for Limsa Lominsa. They should be arriving any moment now. It's easy to forget how useful link pearls are, isn't it? When they work, I mean, and you don't mind being spied on. Quite, but what wonderful news. To think that our reunion is close at hand. A pleasure to see you. A pleasure to see you too, Elfino. Ah, Thancred and Kryle. What brings the two of you here? Kryle and I have been looking into how we might track down Minfilia. And we may have just found the answer. Vel, when you were fleeing Ul'dah with Minfilia, you said that Hydaelyn spoke to her shortly before you parted ways, yes? Well, assuming that's true, and I see no reason to suspect that it is not, it seems reasonable to conclude that Hydaelyn commanded her to remain behind. That is to say, the Mother Crystal directly interceded to guide Minfilia. Admittedly, this is still quite hypothetical, but I propose that such intervention, however subtle, must surely leave some residual trace, a lingering disturbance in the aether, or ripple, if you will. Hamon! In order to establish the existence of such ripples, of course we will require suitable data. Fortunately, I know where such data can be found. The battleground where Vel felled the Ultima weapon, and the site of my personal ignominy. 'Twas there that Hydaelyn intervened to shield him from the magic I invoked. Quyle and I will infiltrate the castrum and analyze the aether therein. The two of you, alone. I have a proven knack for subterfuge, and am confident that there will be sufficient nooks and crannies in which to hide Quyle while the patrols pass. Besides, if you and Vel come along, who will see Flamin's grand homecoming? When you put it like that, very well, I trust in your plan. I know not whether this data will yield the means to find Menphilia, but it will at the very least eliminate another avenue of inquiry. Tataru and I will return to the Rising Stones and make preparations for our comrade's return. Might I impose upon you to meet them at the Leminson docks? Then I shall see the four of you at the Rising Stones. Safe travels. All right. Pray return to the Rising Stones. Bwah, 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 bwah. Bwah, 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 bwah. Oh. I heard Rising Stones and I was like, oh, go to the Rising Stones. No. Back to Limsa. Limsa as active as ever. Walkers round. Just keep going straight. That guy's nude. Oh, Vel, how have you been? Come here, let me have a good look at you. Thank the 12. One hears the strangest tales in foreign lands. I worried about you all every day. We would have sent word sooner, but the Braves afforded us no opportunity. When they fell upon us in the market, it was all we could do to escape. Tataru found her way to you, of course, but we were forced to seek shelter aboard a Harnish vessel. It pained us not being able to... Really never see that much ERP, though I suppose it stays in the tells. Yeah, probably. Probably. It pained us not being there much... It pained us not being there when you needed us most, but we made the most of it. Didn't we, Coltonet? Studied and trained from dusk till dawn, we did. We would have sent word sooner, but we knew not whom to trust, and with the vast distance... But those dark days are behind us at last. I shall be glad indeed to return home and speak with my daughter. Well, see, we haven't found her yet. What do you mean she's missing? How could you let this happen? Forgive me. I'm sure you're doing everything in your power to find her. As Thancred must be. He watched over her from the first, long before me, and he will watch over her to the last. I shall pray for her safe return and busy myself in the meantime. For a certainty, there is much and more to be done. The Braves may have bloodied us, but the path remains, and we shall not be swayed from it. Ah, that's the spirit. To the Scions in a long overdue reunion. Huzzah! Well, there you have it. To the Rising Stones. Hang on, would the tattoo not give away that you're an Archon?
Well done, sir. And with that, I believe we are ready to proceed.
Let us be about our business then. The next patrol may not be so credulous.
So is he blind in one eye?
Why must you be so disappointingly brusque? You're not at all as Minfilia described, you know. I don't think you favored me with so much as a single compliment since we set out. Tell me, did your time in the wilderness sap you of all your charm? Or are you holding it in reserve for your beloved?
Sure that hairstyle is not standard girly and military? That too!
This is neither the time nor the place.
Well, call me old-fashioned, but when I'm risking life and limb infiltrating an Imperial castrum, I like to be sure of my comrades' motivations.
I see now where Alphino gets it from. Minfilia is dear to me, it is true, but not in the way you think. 15 years passed when she was still but a child. There was an incident at a parade. A Gubu broke free of its fetters and ran amok through the streets of Ul'dah. Had I been more attentive, I could have prevented it. But I was distracted, and her father was killed.
The Gubu massacre of 02.
I feared she would never recover. But in the years that followed, she showed herself to be more resilient than I had ever imagined. And when she learned of her gift, she did not flinch from the responsibility, but sought to guide others on the path. She touched the hearts of all around her. Mine, Louisoix, every Scions. In those dark days following the calamity, she was our guiding light, our hope for a brighter future. She had so many dreams, and I would give anything to make them come true.
Remember 1.0?
Apologies. I can see she means the world.
I was about to say I figured that was a 1.0 thing.
No harm done, I assure you. But fair is fair, my lady. What is Minfilia to you?
You mean you don't know? Only my dearest friend. When I finally emerged from my torpor, I learned that nary a day had passed without her asking after me. She never gave up hope. And neither will I.
Then for Minfilia's sake, let us pray that these vestiges of Hydaelyn's intervention will lead us to her.
All right, so now we head back to the Rising Stones. Yeah, but no, I'm guessing that in a similar way to Y'shtola, Thancred is blind in one. Well, Y'shtola is blind generally, but she's using an ability that allows her to see at the see as if she was seeing through an infrared scope at the cost of her vitality. Thancred doesn't have that luxury, but he still has sight in one of his eyes. It looks like. Oh. Speak with the Scions and the Rising Stones. And then just talk to this person. Alian, Femi, it fills my heart with joy to see you both hale and healthy. And what of Higuri? She is well, though abroad on a mission at present. It just wasn't the same without you. Welcome back, my lady. It's been so long since I've seen them all like this. Too long. It was the chaos born of my foolish ambition which forced them to flee. Though they are returned, there are others yet missing, others whom we cannot forsake. We'll find them, Alphino. I know we will. Menphilia, Ida, Papalimo, every last one. And when they walk through those doors, we'll be here to welcome them home. With me at the head of the queue, of course. Pretty sure Thancred isn't blind, he just can't use magic anymore. Oh, it's just that I just assumed because I saw that his eyes are like differently colored. I don't think they were like that before. Unless they were and I just didn't notice. Alphino is eager to return to the search for Menphilia. Thancred and Krile contacted us a short while ago. It would seem that their foray into Castor Meridanium bore fruit. They asked that we rendezvous with them in Y'shtola and Idleshire, where they will share their findings. Rude though it is to depart without speaking to the guest of honor, I expect she will forgive me if we return with her daughter. There's a lot of blue quests to do here, which I definitely want to get on doing at some point. How is Flamin, by the way? Enchanting as ever, I trust. I shall have to pay my respects when time allows. I keep slipping into the Thancred ARR voice when that's not his voice anymore. He always starts his sentences like this. My apologies, I see I'm the last to arrive. So what news have you for us? Well, as was postulated, there were indeed what appeared to be the remnants of an unexplained disturbance in the aether at the scene of the Ultima weapon's destruction, a ripple at odds with the presiding pattern. Though faint, the waveforms bore a strong resemblance to those observed following the destruction of the Isle of Val, when I believe Hydaelyn shielded me from with the Blessing of Light. To confirm our findings, we paid a visit to the Silde Aqueducts. There we detected the same waveform, but orders of magnitude larger, as one would expect of a more recent disturbance. Hydaelyn, there is no other explanation. But there is more. When I studied the site where Y'shtola used flow, it appeared that not 2, but 3 beings have been affected. Confused to the reason for the absence of rum. Yet unlike Y'shtola and Thancred, there was no trail to follow. Our unknown third party was simply there and then not there. Now recall your visions of a vast crystal floating in a sea of ether. Though this is too but a theory, studies of gifted subjects suggest that, when communing with Hinterland, we briefly leave our bodies behind. So let us consider the facts. 1. Hinterland interceded. 2. A third being was caught in Ishola's flow and vanished without a trace. And 3. Hinterland may have the capacity to summon the consciousness of gifted individuals to her side. You are implying, I take it, that Hinterland guided Minfilia into the compass of my magic, that she might summon her, body and soul, unto the ethereal sea. In which case, we must needs continue our search there. For a blessing, the means to do so already exists. I speak of the Anti-Tower, a Sharlayan construction conceived to provide scholars a vantage point over the ethereal sea. Though I know not where its entrance lies, I think I do. I think we ran into it on the way to Spooky Library. We need only ask its last custodian, on contrary old crone who for another blessing refused to join the Exodus. Master Matoya was the keeper of the Anti-Tower. I had no idea. Then our course is clear. We must petition her aid once again. Oh, I'm guessing I'm just gonna have to walk that way. Hold on, before I do that, mount guide. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. God, I said it before, FF7's music just does not get old. Oh, what's this? You hit up with the seedkin infested in the arboreum. Thanks to the gods, we have numbers. Sure. Oh. Well, there's that. But where are my friendos? An overgrown ambition. Hang on. Okay, that's that. You know, we gotta head over there. This point. Silly Pirogo. Oh, what a surprise. Well, what secrets have you come to extract from me this time? As though it pains me to admit it, your words strike close to the mark. We humbly ask that you grant us entry to the Anti-Tower, that we might use it to seek a friend who we believe has been transported to the Ethereal Sea. And who told you that I could do such a thing, I wonder? Hello! The tower has abandoned to its magical keepers 15 years ago. They have the run of the place now. If it is no deterrent to you, then by all means. Is that all? I felt sure you would seek to dissuade us from our course, given your role as a custodian. Role? Hardly. The Forum foisted that title on me. During the Exodus, every entrance of the Anti-Tower was sealed save one. That one! That one! My role consists of making sure no one with ill intent sneaks through it. Such was the Forum's final order to me. Well, I can remove the wards right now. Will you be going or not? We will, Master Matoya. We will do whatever it takes to find Minfilia. We'll see about that. You, Baldezian girl, you're staying here with me. I need your help to restore the wards to the original state. The rest of you can go, on the condition that you clean up the mess in the tower. If you encounter any unruly familiars, you're to tend to them. Those are my terms, and I'll hear no argument. Well, it appears the mistress has spoken. Lead the way, Val. The Anti-Tower is now accessible. Let's go ahead and go with NPCs. I more or less know how to play Dark Knight now, so I feel this should be a little bit easier. Oh my god, it's Disney Tower! Whoa. There we go. Whee! Alright. Here we go. Whee! One. A lot of frog, like, bug-like enemies here, so it really is like an infestation almost. There we go. Bossu. Right. You travel down the up. I'm walking down the up escalator. Ooh, time for a pull.
Focus. Release.
Cast the slow on you. Not the move I meant to do, but whatever. There we go. A bridge has been built. I pull. Ooh, this might have been a bit much. Shit, yeah, that was a bit much. Yeah, that was a bit much. So, I mean, hey, you know what? Doing this is good practice, though, because these are likely the dungeons that I'll be put in for high-level dungeon roulettes. So, it's good to practice how much I can pull. Though, honestly, probably a big reason as to why I probably died there was just because of NPC healer. So let me see. I can probably pull here, and then target that. Pull there. Put up all that. Put up an AoE. Now y'all attack the slow. Get myself another wall up. Twelve more seconds for my next AoE attack. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mean to do that, but see, that was much better. That was much better. Oh my god, Ziggy. Guys, get away from the tank. God, I'm trying to get this fucker to face away from you guys, but
I have my pride.
There we go. Yeah, honestly, I think I like this dungeon structurally, and I mean, I'm learning how it all works and stuff like that, so... Okay, and... Pull! Pull! Probably should have done blood spill. Sorry, not blood spill. Fucking whatchamacallit? Abyssal drain. It's a lot of enemies. I always forget to do my third move in my rotation. Like, I always blank on it. Oh shit. I should be fine. Go. Looking at the map, it's this way. Hey, fuck nugget, over here. This wind-up Viking is taking a fucking beating. What the hell? There we go. Just needed my DPSs on me. Over here. Bro, like, what is my team doing? They're like not really. They're like focusing on their own shit, it looks like. Alright, well, now we're getting the job done at least. There we go. And boss time. Whoa. The hell? This is a pretty fun boss.
Focus. Release.
Welcome to the dollhouse. Enjoy your stay. No, thank you. Oh, and they all get reanimated. How lovely. Dolls begin to gather. Oh, that's not creepy. Well, bitch, I'm casting slow on you. They're so lonely, though. Join them in the spiral. I don't wanna. Oh, I'm being controlled. Oh no. Welcome to the dollhouse. What? No, wait! Thank God it's me! Don't kill me! Oh, okay, thank God. Attack from the front. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. All right, well, I'll keep that in mind for future. But thank you. How was the spiral? I liked it. It's a fun dungeon. Yeah, I'm sure that some of those encounters before the boss would have gone a little bit quicker had I been with people, because the NPCs were just kind of like attacking willy-nilly on unfocused targets. I guess needless to say, they weren't being as brash as I'm used to.
Here, feel.
That was also the case within Dawn Trail? Yeah.
Through time and space hast thou journeyed unto me, as I knew thou wouldst.
A 7th Chaos Emerald?
We are the word of the Mother. We, who were once called Minfilia.
Oh.
Much time hath passed for thee since the bloody banquet, since I hearkened to her word. Mother, Hydaelyn guided me towards Y'shtola and Thancred, that I might be swept up in their flow and delivered unto the ethereal sea. There, adrift and alone, her voice silent once more, I prayed for those we have lost, for those we can yet save. To her I would make an offering. We speak now with one voice, one will, one word. Unto thee we bequeath the most precious of gifts, the truth which lieth at the heart of this world. Thus do we beseech thee once more. Hear, feel, think.
Yeah. Join the spiral.
Before there was life, in the depths of the ethereal sea, light and dark did once dwell as one. But the darkness coveted power, and the balance was broken. Thus was I forced to banish him unto the distant heavens, to forever remain apart, a moon bound.
Okay.
In sundering the star did we cry out, and the barriers twixt planes chanced to falter. Across 10 and 3 were we then divided, reflections of the source, each possessed of a shard. Zodiac longeth to be made whole. For his restoration, for his resurrection, his servants labor without cease. They seek to tear down the barriers which surround the source. Thus do they rejoice in their ardor, in your calamities, for each marks a rejoining. Seven times have they succeeded. 7 times hath the darkness grown stronger.
7 times have I failed. The Ascians cannot be suffered to continue. This is my final.
What?
The crystal's power is all but spent. With what remains, I will return you to the shore of the ethereal sea. Blessed children, go forth and seek. Seek.
So I take it Minfilia is no more. Like, Minfilia as we once knew her is no more.
You've had another vision, haven't you?
More than just a vision this time.
Let us return to Master Matoya's cave. Everyone will wish to hear what you saw.
Still in one piece, are we? Well, did you learn anything?
The word of the mother? I'm not sure I understand.
Nor am I. Cryle?
As unbelievable as it sounds, I see no reason to doubt her. The word's tale. No one was more sensitive to the will of Hydaelyn than Minfilia. And if Hydaelyn has grown so weak that she can barely make herself heard, it is not hard to see why Minfilia, having joined with her, might struggle to maintain her own form.
What? Why would she need to maintain her own form? Are you saying she's gone? But that cannot be! Not now. Not after all we have accomplished. We were meant to usher in the dawn's light together.
She threw herself on the fire to fuel your dawn's light, boy. You'll just have to usher it in on your own.
Must you be so ungentle?
Tell me about the Scions, boy.
The Scions of the Seventh Dawn lay before Eorzea's salvation. Whenever the realm is threatened, be it by Primal, Ascian, Garlean, or any other, we take up arms in her defense, that all in Eorzea may live to see a brighter tomorrow.
And that's very noble of you. But in chasing after these lofty goals of yours, you seem to have lost sight of some basic truths. To win a war, you must be willing to do whatever it takes. To fight, to kill, and if necessary, to die. The path you've chosen is paved with the dead. Walk it with your eyes open, or not at all.
I know the truth of which you speak, and have from the first. If the Ascians will go to any length to resurrect their god, then we must needs be as committed to our cause, to unmask them and their schemes, and to crush them both utterly. Come, there is much to be done.
Yes, of course.
Thancred, wait! No, this is all wrong.
I mean, to be perfectly fair, I admittedly kind of figured that we wouldn't be getting Minfilia back. I don't know, just something about the way she went, cause like Papalymo and Ida, they're kind of like, the way they went in post-AR was very we'll be back kind of way, like this isn't the end. Same with Y'shtola and Thancred. But with Minfilia, we didn't even get to like properly say goodbye to her. It was just go, I'll stay behind kind of thing, right? And I don't even think there was like a lingering shot of her in with the way that was like done cinematically. So I kind of figured, oh, this is it. Like we're not gonna get to see her again. We'll see her, but we're not gonna get to see her again. She's not coming back, is she? She did what she thought was best. I know that, I do. To give all for her beliefs was ever her way. So will we, as we must. What greater calling could there be than to stand against the dark as defenders of the light? And yet, where does it end? The sacrifice, the loss. I must ask that you not breathe a word of this to any of the others of the Rising Stones, especially Flamen. I will brief Tataru on what we have learned as well as Urianger. He may have insight as to what the word told us. As for you, Vel, after all you have done, I would say you have earned a rest. But speaking of well-earned rewards, I received a missive from Sir Amric while you were away. It would seem that he is planning a ceremony of some sort and would like you to attend. He did not divulge the details, preferring instead to explain in person. Mayhap you should pay him a visit. We'll do that. We're about nearing the end of the stream here too. I would say maybe another 15 minutes or so.
Pleasure to see you again, my friend. I take it you received our invitation. Good. You of all people should be present. When the true brothers of the faith seized control of the vault, I feared the worst. Yet in adversity were we blessed with the promise of peace between man and dragon, through Vidofnir's timely rescue of an innocent child. Timely, I say, though miraculous or providential might better describe the event. The gods themselves could not have devised a more fitting symbol of hope. Needless to say, we could scarce let such an opportunity pass us by. Which is why I set about making formal arrangements for a peace conference between our peoples. You and yours have done more to bring us together than any, and it is only right that you attend. But I confess that is not the only reason I would be glad to have you there. Given Nidhogg's implacable opposition to the peace, it is possible that he and his followers may attempt to disrupt proceedings, in which event your presence would be a comfort to all in attendance.
So you want me to, like, be a bouncer? Gotcha.
I understand I have no wish to invite the Worm's ire. But if our fractured nation is to heal, if we are to move forward as a people united, then we must do whatever is necessary to bring about lasting change.
You good?
Tis nothing. Tis nothing. Lucia cautioned me against giving vent to my passions, lest my wounds reopen. It has not been easy reaching out to our opponents in Ishgard, many of whom sympathized with the actions of the true brothers. But in so doing, we have limited the influence of the zealots.
That's good.
The people are ready, my friend. This conference must go ahead. I knew you would understand. The conference will take place on the border of Ishgardian and Dravanian territory in Falcon's Nest.
Nice. On a second, row my eye. Ah!
Lucia is there, seeing to the final preparations even as we speak. Pray join her at your earliest convenience. 'Twould not do for the guest of honor to arrive late, after all. Oh, and one more thing. A drink. We should make time for one. Once the conference is concluded, I mean. By my reckoning, 'tis long overdue.
That was a very interesting interaction between the Warrior of Light and Emmerich. Also, I figure now's the time. Where is he? Okay, there he is. In true remembrance of the bestest bro, I now have my own little mini Harusha font. Let's head to Falcon's Nest. The Lord Commander said you would come, Vel. As you can see, preparations for the conference are proceeding at pace. Mark well the curtain above. It conceals a relief that will be unveiled during the conference. The Masons labor day and night to see it finished on schedule. Sir Aymeric wanted a symbol which would endure long after this conference is concluded. I think he will be pleased with the result. It was not my war, but I made it mine, and to see it draw closer to a resolution fills me with strange hope. His faith is infectious, is it not? His certainty that we can be better than we are. Forgive me, I'm rambling. You must be tired from your journey. Go, rest. I will not keep you. And with that, let's actually go ahead and get it done. If you would rather not take a rest, then why not take a walk around Falcon's Nest? Make your presence known to the people and so forth. In addition to those who have come from far and wide to attend the ceremony, you may meet Lords Artorial and Amandaline who have graciously volunteered the services. They should be glad to see you. Now, if you excuse me, I must needs return to my duties. Yeah, I actually am curious to know how Artorial is doing. Sorry, well, Artorial should be fine. I'm more worried about Amandaline. Do you know when everything's set to begin? I wasn't sure how many might come, so I thought it best to come early and find a spot with a great view. When I heard that Sir Aymeric was planning to make a speech, I knew I couldn't miss it. I mean, the man risked his own neck to rescue those hostages. How often do we get heroes like that in this day and age? And he's more than a fighter too, he's a thinker. He is. He's got plans to better our lives, to change things, and he'll do it by the Fury. Me and my friends and family will believe he can do it. Bloody exciting, isn't it? Not just the peace with the dragons, but with all of them heretics besides. Don't misunderstand, we've all got a healthy fear of being bathed in dragon fire. That being said, the heretics did far more to hinder our efforts here in the past, so hearing that we're close to a reconciliation comes as great relief. Oh, there's Amandaline. And Artorial. Oh, yeah, Artorial. Taking a stroll around the hamlet. Very good, very good. We shall speak anon. How about you, Amandaline? Ah, still here, old boy. This really isn't the time. Oh, okay. I'm glad to see that the rumors were true. Well met, Master Fox. And fear not, I have no intention of begging your aid with this or that. Everything appears to be in order. My only lingering concern is that one of the convictors might not have been informed of our plans. As I recall, Vidofnir may pass directly over their encampment. The last thing we need is a glory-seeking nobleman attempting to slay a Dravanian ambassador to a peace conference. Well, yeah, I kinda hope that's not what happens. How much has changed since we fought alongside each other in the vault? If you had told me then that we would soon be hosting a peace conference, I would have thought you a naive fool. Yet here we are, preparing to make that fantasy a reality. Ha! And here I am laboring to make it so. Lord Artorial, if I may. Certainly, First Commander. How may I be of service? Some of the convictors are refusing to stand down. The majority were willing to do so, but a small party have instead pledged to engage my Dravanians, any Dravanians bound for Falcon's Nest. Fury take me. They would defy Sir Aymeric's commands? If they dare attack Vidofnir. It will not come to that, but to see that it does not, we must needs hasten to their encampment. They should be far more reluctant to oppose us were a Lord of House Tom present. I understand completely. Let us depart at once. But ere we do, I must ask you would look after Amandaline while I am away? As you know, he has ever been impulsive, changeable child, but recently he seems to have been suffering from a bout of melancholy. I thought to lift his spirits by having him assist with guard duty, a simple but honorable charge, unlikely to expose him to danger given the presence of so many other knights. Alas, he has taken no interest, and I fear he may abandon his post in my absence. All I ask is that you keep an eye on him until I return, exhausting though that may be. Sure, man. Hey, Amandaline, you doing okay, man? I'm rather busy at the moment, old boy, guarding this tavern, as it were. Oh, I see now. Artorial thought I might be derelict in my duties, eh? The nerve of my brother to question my dedication. But since you're here, mayhap I can put you to proper use. The wasteland beyond the walls must be kept safe for travelers, yet I have been forbidden from leaving the Falcon's Nest. It wouldn't do for our esteemed guest to be devoured by wolves, oh no. Yet that is precisely what will happen if we... Dude, they're dragons. They'll be fine. Your map, if I may, right? There are those points the scouts marked. I leave you to it, old boy. Come on, alright. I must return to my route. No, 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 no. Hey, come back here. Oh, that's, It's like, dude, our guests of honor are dragons. What are you talking about? Okay. Well, Fox, Wolf's Bane, it pleases me to inform you that I have completed my rounds, and that is all well, and that all is well in Falcon's Nest. Oh, and there is a grizzled fellow looking for you. You know, the one that made that arsonist confessed. Clever, that. Wait, what? Thancred, was it? He was asking after you. Anyway, once I noticed the garish weapons he was sporting, I deemed it a waste to leave him be. I dispatched him to an area neglected to mark on your map. Yes, this one. If you hurry, he might still be... Madeleine, what are you up to, man? Over here dispatching folks like, hey, I don't even know who you are, but hey, go this way. Poor Thancred too. It's like he just got here. He's like, hey, have you seen Vel? Oh, I sent him out to go do stuff. You go do stuff too. God, you sent him far. And you sent him all the way to fucking Riversmeet, dude? Fancy meeting you here, Vel. It was fortunate that I came when I did. These two would not have fared well against the wolves on their own. The young lord wasted no time taking advantage of you, did he? And me, I suppose. Let's return to Falcon's Nest then, and see what other thrilling tasks he may have for us. No, wait, not Foundation. Falconhead. I said Falconhead. I meant to say Falcon's Nest. And there they are, a pair of gallant heroes if I ever saw them. Comrades in arms, we united at last. By your selfless sacrifice have you guaranteed the safety of our many guests. On behalf of Ishgard, I thank you both. And with that, there's not left to do but enjoy the well-earned respite. Sure, man. Whatever you say, dude. For those that we have lost. Oh, and this should of course go without saying, but let's keep those last few favors between us, yes? Artorial wouldn't understand. Right then, the first floor of those barracks has been converted into a tavern for the duration of the conference. Why don't you go and have something to eat? For once, a suggestion with which I agree. Go on ahead, Vel. I will join you anon.
Welcome, welcome. Find yourself an empty seat and I'll be with you in a moment. Cold out, isn't it? Here, a mug on the house. Let's get some colour back in them cheeks. Freed food will be a bit longer than usual. We've got a lot of hungry folk to feed, what with the conference and all. Oh, so many people with cause to celebrate. To think there could be peace in our time, after all them years of fighting. When I heard about the conference, I knew I had to come. I knew I had to be here, to do my bit. My husband, he died fighting the dragons, you see. And here we are, about to break bread with him.
You were right, mother. You look tired. Reckon you could do with a good long rest? After all you've done, I say you've earned it.
Oh, fuck.
Sleep now. Sleep. Sleep and leave us to our affairs.
This was never your fight.
My son. They told me he walks in Hallone's halls. Him and the rest of his unit.
They told me the same.
I expect they think it's comforting. Every time I come, I cry. I cannot bear to remember, but to forget would be 1,000 times worse. Yet that is what they would have us do. Accept this truth for the sake of peace. Bury the past and look to the future. But he was my future, my flesh and blood, my heart.
Is this it? We're the only ones with the courage to oppose this madness? Cowards, a lot of them.
They think only of the prize, of the peace Sir Emmerich promises them. They know in their hearts it's a lie, but they go along with it anyway, desperate fools. But not I. Not I! I see the worm that killed my brother in my dreams every night, and I will not rest until he lies broken at my feet. Him and every last one of his accursed kin.
All this nonsense about Kings of Eld, as if I care what they did or didn't do. Makes no difference to me and mine. Have the dragons sued for peace in 1,000 years? Are they bollocks? It's a bloody ruse is what it is, and Sir Emmerich and the rest of them bloody fallen for it.
But what can we do? They believe, and naught we can say will ever change their minds. Whether we like it or not, man and dragon will come together at Vulcan's Nest, and all will be forgiven. Forgiven and forgotten.
No. I will not let that happen.
Oh?
They will remember the true face of the enemy. I will show it to them. And we will rise up against them once more.
Hey! Hey! This is no time for napping. Do you have your wits about you? Good. Come with me. We have a crisis on our hands.
Hear me, brothers and sisters. Do not be fooled by the honeyed words of the Dravarnians. The peace they promise is but a prelude to slaughter. Remember your husbands and wives never returned from war. Your children torn apart by fang and claw. All your loved ones shown no mercy. Does not your heart cry out for vengeance? Your blood boil at the injustice? Remember the face of your enemy, brothers and sisters. Remember it, and strike back!
You there! Don't just stand around gawping! Do something, man! Stop her!
Yes, my lord.
Wait, but hold. Emmanuel.
See here the true nature of the Highborn.
Oh God, Emmanuel, what did you just do?
Lead us to our doom.
And dare we raise our voices in dissent? Death is our reward. This is the choice they have given us, brothers and sisters. Death by Dragon's Fang, or death by Nobleman's command. Death to all we hold dear. I spit on your choices, noblemen! You will take no more from me! No more! No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What have you done?
You ordered him, you idiot!
I only did as you ordered, my lord.
And everyone, oh my fucking god.
I gave no such order. I did not.
Yes.
I never meant for anyone to...
Well, this is a fucking mess. I dare say that could not have played out any worse, given that the first commander of Lord Arterial are not here to take control of the situation. I spoke with the messenger who said they would be returning shortly, but until they do, naught will be done. Lord Amandalane has retreated to the back barracks and is refusing to speak to anyone. Therefore, it falls to us to ensure that order has been fully restored. Come, let us walk the streets and speak with the people. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, no, we have to just have the... My wife and I fell while fleeing with the others at first. Chirurgeons tended to our bruises afterwards. Those mad fools have ruined everything. For what? It's fucking wonderful. They were wrong to resort to violence, but when I heard her speak, her words were as a dagger in my heart. Who are we to decide that enough is enough? That their calls for justice can never be answered? Will this be the end of it, or will there be others like them and the true brothers? I do not want to bear steel against my kinsmen ever again. I do not know if I even can. Oh, were you the... He wasn't the guy that fired the shot, I don't think, but I'd heard the rumors that the young lord was a drunken fool. What imbecile thought it would be a good idea to let him have the run of Falcon's Nest? Well, I say him and Sir Amaric take the bloody change and shove it up their ass. I'll not be taken in by that rot. Yeah, man, just straight up made things a million times worse. Fine, I won't jump up the stairs. Well, what say you? So the violence has passed, but the people are far from recovered. That is to be expected. For the moment, it appears that no innocents were harmed by the guards. The blame for all the casualties can be placed squarely upon the protesters. Nevertheless, the people will not soon forget the image of a young lordling ordering the public execution of an unarmed protester, one whose words resonated with the hearts of... After all, who among us has not lost loved ones? Yeah, man. Oh boy. My apologies, Vel. I bear full responsibility for this debacle. There will be a time for that later. I, for one, am more concerned about picking up the pieces. What do we do now? According to initial reports, the protest was orchestrated by the young woman whom Lord Emmanuel ordered shot. She and her co-conspirators infiltrated Falcon's Nest, posing as servants and guests. Several were taken alive, others resisted and were struck down. Still, others took their own lives. Our forces suffered casualties as well, but by the grace of the Fury, no civilians were seriously injured. Still, more remarkably, the ringleader yet lives, for the time being at least. The Chirurgeons are doing what they can for her, but she may not live through the night. Given their impeccable timing, it is likely the convictors who drew us away from the hamlet were in league with the protesters. Accordingly, we have detained them for questioning. I'll be sworn that these villains spent as much effort plotting the failure of peace, the failure of this peace conference as we did its success. Well, if the mood of the hamlet is any indication, theirs have been the more fruitful labors. In the wake of the protest, the people seemed disillusioned. You spoke with them then, I see. Sir Aymeric placed his trust in me. It will be difficult to explain what has happened here. Remember how far we've come, First Commander. The people's faith may be shaken, but we've convinced them before, and we will do so again. If we can find a means to remind them, to show them once more that the promise that change holds for all, then this tragedy too shall pass into the past. We must pray that you're right. Nevertheless, for the time being, I have no choice but to suspend the peace conference, pending Sir Americ's final decision. Under the circumstances, I cannot leave Falcon's Nest. Well, if you deliver my report to the Lord Commander, will you deliver my report to the Lord Commander in my stead? Of course. Get up, Emmanuel. You're going with him. Go on without me. I was not asking. You will answer for your actions in person. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Come on, all right. Your manservant is not here. In fact, I have not seen him for some time. All right? I could have sworn he was... Going good.
Olowa! No! What have they done to you? Olowa! Olowa!
Is that you, my lord? You seem rather flustered.
Because of you, you imbecile! What in the seven hells happened to you?
My apologies. Some few of the guests expressed a wish to leave, and I implored them to stay. It would seem they took issue with my request.
Oh, gods forgive me. If I had only been more careful with my words.
Do not blame yourself, my lord. I know that you and your brother have Ishgard's best interests at heart. That poor woman. She lives in the past, clinging to the memories of the lost. But the future holds so much promise, so much joy, and...
Sorry.
calm yourself. The boy will live. But it's imperative we get him inside and into the care of a Chirurgeon without delay.
Oh, that's how you say it.
Oh, we were so close! Why does it all have to fall to pieces? Don't they want to live in peace? Don't they want to be happy? We all want the same thing! And still it falls to pieces!
Dude, you just don't get it.
Tell me, what was I supposed to do? Someone, anyone, tell me, what was I supposed to do?
You were supposed to... You know what? I'm glad my character was about to knock some fucking sense into him.
Stop looking to others. You make your choice and you live with the consequences.
Fucking hell, because this kid has been nothing but fucking problems. The hell?
And what would you know about consequences? You who always know just what to say and just what to do. Your every deed is greeted with a round of applause.
Listen here, you little shit. Holy fuck.
You know nothing about me. I have fought tooth and nail for the people I hold dear. Done everything in my power to save them. And I have failed. Learn to live with it. I have.
That was deserved. That was entirely fucking deserved. You fucking stepped out of line with those comments, dude. Anyways, we're about ready to wrap up for the day. Just gonna finish up this quest line and that'll be that. Holy fuck. I may have overreacted. No, you did not! You did not overreact! But it needed to be done. He was becoming hysterical. I understand the desire to look for reasons, for excuses, to convince yourself you had no choice. But the past is the past, and there is naught to be gained from reliving your mistakes. I know this. I know this. But he... That dude, don't even fucking worry about it, man. I have no desire to wait for the Lordling to emerge from his sudden puddles, from his puddle of self-pity. We have important matters to attend to in Ishgard. Ishgard. Okay, yeah, unironically, can I just say, the way this post game is panning out so far is fucking stellar. Just dealing with all the consequences of everything that's happened so far, it's all being handled so fucking well. Oh boy. Word of the demonstration and its resolution outstripped you. Well, every man, woman, and child of Ishgard has heard the tale. 'Tis rumored that my youngest's lack of judgment was to blame. Of course, such stories are prone to exaggeration. What exactly came to pass? He acted rashly, to say the least. I see. So that is the truth of it. Regardless of his intent, the result is undeniable. He has furthered the cause of these misguided few who cannot let go of the past. In an instant, the delicate peace we were poised to forge is once more beyond us. To dwell so deeply on the war and the vengeance it begets, only for that too to be taken away. Is it any wonder that they were left bereft? For what was this sacrifice? Have we not to show for our suffering? I thought peace a sufficient salve, but mayhap I was mistaken. We are warriors, Lord Edmont, and ours is a nation built on centuries of warfare. Right or wrong, this is who we are, and we deny it at our peril. To hold on to the past without being beholden to it, we must needs find a way to honor the sacrifice of our forefathers without glorying in their excesses. A difficult path, to be sure. We dare not deny the scars which would mar our nation's soul, lest we spur other disillusioned souls to retrace them. But as you say, we dare not revel in past glories either, for they are tainted all. A clear, unambiguous enemy, and an undeniably righteous cause. 'Tis a bitter reflection, as though they did long serve to unite us. No truth will ever serve as well. I fear, yet we are not without options. At our last meeting, a proposal was tabled by the other members of the Eorzean Alliance for joint military exercises to strengthen the ties between our nations and test our readiness to meet with a common threat. I had thought to delay these exercises until after the peace conference, but mayhap a grand melee would be just the thing to lift our beleaguered spirits. But still, an occasion for the Temple Knights and the Watch to take field as allies, a unified Ishgardian force filled with men and women from all walks of life, which would stand against a coalition of the allied nations' finest. Hosted by Ishgard in the shadow of the Gates of Judgment, a victory under such circumstances should serve as a reaffirmation, nay, a declaration to all and sundry that we are as strong and united as ever. Such a victory would do much to fan the flame of patriotism, it is true, but if we should be defeated, though even... hold on, my eye hurts. Though even to hold our own against the cream of three nations might be presented as a triumph. Very well, you might count on my support, for what little it is worth. However, I have a request. I would have my son Emanelain take part in the Grand Melee. Yes! Hold on, my eye is like kind of... By his deeds has he brought shame upon Ishgard, and so by his deeds I would have him bring our nation honor. As you wish, my lord. If that is his desire, then it shall be so. Now then, we have no time to lose, Vel. Would you be so kind as to deliver my instructions to Lucia? I shall write to the Alliance leaders at once to begin making arrangements for the Grand Melee. Should you chance to see my son, pray inform him of his duty. If he has not already returned, he will soon enough, making every effort to avoid me. We got it, man. So that is the solution, a grand melee to unite the people. And what part would they have you play in this affair, I wonder? You, whom they have taken into their confidence, upon whom they have come so heavily to rely. And will you oblige them when the proposition is made? Will you stand for Ishgard once more? I will stand for my friends and comrades, not a nation. Poor choice of words. For friends tried and true, and the living and the lost. So for this grand melee, if Sir Aymeric wishes to field a force of comprising with the semblance of Matilda's watch, yes, I can only imagine what she will have to say about that. Well met, Val. Have you spoken with Sir Aymeric? Yep. I was aware of the Alliance's requests, so Sir Aymeric would turn these exercises into a spectacle for the masses. It is not that I doubt the efficacy of such... Indeed, I know its effectiveness only too well, having witnessed it firsthand. Nevertheless, he has not once given me reason to doubt his intentions, and these are desperate times indeed. I will select knights for the event forthwith. As for the watch... Did he know? How considerate of Master Thancred to seek out the young watch commander of his own volition. Alas, he acted prematurely. Pray deliver this list of watch candidates to Hilda. I would have her best men, not her most dispensable. Alright, so it is now 3 p.m. As much as I would like to continue this quest line, and let me actually double check and see. First quest, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a grand total of 4 quests left for this patch. I will finish these next stream. I will continue on to the next quest tomorrow. So I'll catch you all tomorrow for the continuation of FF14 Heavensward post-game. That being said, thank you all so much. Y'all take care, and I'll see you again at around 11 a.m. tomorrow. Bye-bye.